Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I have a pile of stuff beside me. You can't see it, but it's beside me. I also have a pile of people in the chat. See who I have in the chat? I have Frank S. Francois. Well, hopefully your 3D print goes well, Francois. We have Eric's Edge. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hey, Kibbs. We have DTM Ace 1. Hello. Oh, cool. Oh, you're the one that sold me the compact with the dock. Excellent. Well, welcome. And that was a quite well packaged compact with dock. So thank you. We have Gut Bomb. We have I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. We have Thomas Armstrong. We have control panels taking away space. Oh, I guess that is the end of the chat. All right. Well, I have the pile of stuff there, but I also have a few announcements. Let's see here. We have double digits for the number of people here. Yay! I have a new goal. It is December. So just called the goal Christmas. Although maybe I'll rename it a December Christmas, but I was like, no matter, whatever I put, well, folks will probably contribute as they can, so links in the description. Also, I have a wonderful thing to start us off here. It's not December related. It's my segment called eBay Regrets. So, we have this priority mail package here. And I'm pretty sure I know what's in here, and I don't think this is an item that should have been shipped this way. So as not to show my address or the address of the seller, who will remain nameless, because I have learned in the past that sometimes badly packaged things were not packaged by the seller, but help they had to enlist for some short-term reason. But, oh, looky here. Ah, yes. So inside the flat rate package, we have a small flat rate box. Ooh, I love these, like, Russian nesting doll eBay packages here. Yes. DTM Ace 1 sells on eBay. He probably realizes that this is this gives us sellers that actually know how to package things a black mark. Yes, Frank S says, don't forget to smash that like button. Jesse's asking, is it a compact LTE? No. If this was a compact LTE package this way, I would have probably already written return to sender on it and put it in the mailbox, because I don't think I would have wanted to know what was actually inside of it. No, it's an item that might potentially have survived, but... Oh, looky here! And inside the small flat rate box, we have a Priority Mail Express padded flat rate envelope. This is also why the post office has to increase postage on Priority Mail to pay for all of this stuff that got sealed and I can't reuse. Oh, and now we have a mailing envelope Jesse, your Frank S says optical drive. No. Drive is correct. Optical's not. Jesse says I've had quite a few LTE lights shipped this way. Yeah, and they probably got demolished. Oh, hi, Bianca. Now you all probably know what it is. I bought me a no-name generic Apple II floppy drive to go with my totally legitimate Apple II clone. So that, interestingly enough, I don't hear any shaking parts. So maybe this Nihon Office Communications Co. in Tokyo knew what they were doing. But yeah. So there we go. That's today's potential eBay regret unpacking. But this is not the point of tonight's live stream. This just happened to be in the mailbox today, so I had to open it. Okay, I did know it was dirty, but yeah. I might look at this on Dave's stream on Sunday, so that seems appropriate. Or possibly on my own sooner in case I have to return it. Oh, you realize I have a pile of those. You want one? Even more than 3.5s. Yes! That would, I definitely could use some floppy drives. And Jeremy says, I hope the drive heads didn't get banged up. Yeah, that's probably why I'm going to look at it sooner. Okay, focus, you silly camera. Alright, so tonight we are looking at System 7 motherboard, or Super 7 motherboards. Because it is December. And I'm pulling this one out because I think I was testing this board on Dave's stream and having some trouble with it. So this is not the board I'm using for the build. But I wanted to show this board because I think I was looking at it on Dave's stream and having some trouble, and I thought I would give you all an update. So this is an example of a Super 7 motherboard. So what is a Super 7 or a Super Socket 7 motherboard? Well, I think that means it's a motherboard that has a few small criteria. First of all, it has to be a Socket 7 motherboard for the original, or I guess the updated Pentium processors, or their compatibles, like this AMD K6-2 here, that I just happen to have sitting to the side. So that is the first criteria. So if it's a Socket 5 motherboard, don't fall for it. That's not going to be a Super Socket 7. The second criteria, and I know there probably is some debate, but I think for Super Socket 7, it has to go up to at least a 100 megahertz frontside bus. So there we go. So this board does go up to 100, and so does the one I'm actually going to use. I know there were some boards, I think there were a few boards out there that kind of came close. They kind of skirted 100 megahertz, but I don't think they actually did 100. Now, does the board have to go over 100? I don't think it does to be a Super 7 board, but I think it has to have at least a 100 megahertz frontside bus for these faster AMD K6-2 and K6-III processors, as well as I know the Cyrix M2s, some of those used it, and I think a few other, there were like one or two other processors, but I think those are outliers. So, yeah, you can in a moment. All right, DTM Ace, I think you can now probably post links to the pictures of the board. Yeah, I could probably overclock this board. All right. I think another requirement, usually as a result of it sporting a 100 megahertz frontside bus, is it's going to have DIMMs and not SIMs. Now, I think some of them may have also had SIMs, but it's going to have DIMMs, so you could use a PC100 SD RAM. But and this is, I think, another one of contention, and I'm torn whether this is a requirement for Super 7 or not, but an AGP slot. I know there were a few Super 7 boards, or quote Super 7 boards, that I think had built-in graphics that were usually awful. Now, granted, is this AGP slot going to be the greatest AGP slot in the world? No! Absolutely not! The thing about these Super 7 boards, they had atrocious AGP implementations. But yeah, or Jeremy says, or you could use PC-133 SD-RAM if it's actually programmed and capable of going down to PC-100 speeds. Not all PC-133 memory can do that. So just as a warning, there was PC-133 memory out there that will not downclock. It's probably not programmed in the serial presence detect chip with PC-100 speeds, because you look at a SD-RAM module, there usually be like a little 8-pin or something like that chip. That's a little serial presence detect chip, and that's how the motherboard knows what it is. If it's PC-133 and that's not programmed with PC-100 timings, it won't work in a Super 7 board, because they're all going to be PC-100. Yeah, I don't know if this is 1X or 2X AGP, but anyways, you'll also note where the key is on the AGP slot, and I think that is the key for... And where's Ryan when you need him to say, oh, look, it's a Trident card. Although I think Jeremy might recognize this Trident card. I want to say that's the, like, 3.3 volt key. Let me look that up before I spread too many incorrect facts, because I always get the keys mixed up. Yeah, I think that's the 3.3 volt key. Now, you'll also note when I pull the second card out. So, oh, I'll have to pull another card out. So this is also a 3.3 volt card. So these cards will work in the slot, because this is a 3.3 volt AGP slot, and these are 3.3 volt cards. And yes, they're both Tridents. And yes, Jeremy, I think both of these are ones you picked out for me in Dallas. In fact, I think you picked 3 out for me, and one of them's dead. I had to use a different board and have already figured out that the third one was dead. So it's already in my repair pile, because I'm a glutton for punishment, apparently. I do not believe I have any other AGP cards down here. No. I think the only other AGP card I have is a... Now, I was going to say, though, sometimes you'll see a card that has another key that's about right here, and those are dual voltage capable cards, or, well, dual voltage capable. Jury's out on whether all of them are actually dual voltage capable, or if you're just overvolting the chip on them. So, yeah, Trident card warning. Yeah, I think this one, the damage is superficial, because yeah, at one angle you can see that there seems to be a scratch, but I don't think it's going all the way through the gold layer. So this card actually, due to me needing to boot up another computer that had AGP, I already know this card. Well, this card was working, at least. This card also was working. I will disclaim that these cards could have failed in the meantime. Oh, that's right. Gutbomb sent me an S3 Verge AGP. That's right. The problem is, Gutbomb, that the card could be anywhere in the basement at this point, because I moved all my cards to, like, the shelf. I may need to pull that card out, but let's see here. I'm going to look at this board that see here. Can I preview these pictures? Oh yeah, that's right. This is that's right. This is OneDrive. I can preview the pictures. Ah, yes. Ah, that's a nice build. Yes, nice AGP socket 7, or not AGP, ATX. At least I said an acronym that started with an A. It's like been Virtual Monday. What happens when I debug code and figure out the code that I'm writing code for doesn't work the way I thought it does. Yeah, that's right. Capcom did send me an S3 Verge AGP. Now I'm kind of curious what I did with it. Okay, hold on one moment while I try to find that card. Oh, well, there's a bunch of cache chips. There's a. Oh, that's not it. That's a Cirrus Logic card. Oh, that is a sound card I might need. Oh, there's an AGP card I didn't realize I had. Oh, Richard Chris may have given me that card. Alright, I have not found the S3 Verge card yet because it's probably sitting to my left and laughing at me. Let's see here. There's another potential candidate for sound cards. I haven't decided what sound card to put in this build yet, so let's see. That's my PCI card. There's another sound card. Okay, I think I got enough sound cards. Alright. That S3 Verge card is laughing at me. It's probably sitting to my left. Alright. Oh, well, enjoy dinner, Thomas. So, let's see here. Ooh, this card. I don't know. I was thinking of Trident card, but this one might be equally lackluster should I have trouble with the Tridents. But apparently I have an SIS 6316 3D Pro video card. It is also the correct AGP. It's got TV connectors on it. I think this card might have come from Retrotech Chris. Because he gave me a bunch of cards and said, like, here, enjoy. I'm not going to use them or something to that effect. Oh, that's a Turtle Beach sound card. Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a moment. Trident, then Faildent. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. That's another sound card that I carried downstairs with me that Chris gave me earlier in the year. Yes, I can tell from the few cards that Chris gave me what he does and does not, kind of what he's gotten as excess that came my way, and it's several PCI sound cards, so those could be fun for certain builds. Alright, there's my stack of hard drives. Hopefully I do not... Oh, by the way, a word to the wise. If you are debanning hard drives, and you set them up on your workbench, and you plug an especially tight IDE cable into the connector, and then you successfully wipe the drive, and then you go to unplug the drive, maybe make sure the drive is still above the table when you herk and jerk and finally pull the cable out, because otherwise you might throw the drive onto the concrete floor. Ask me how I know. Also, I will point out that the act of throwing the drive does not cause damage. However, However, the sudden stop when it hits the floor does. So if you can catch the drive after you throw it, you might be good. Assuming you can kind of are a little more gentle than the concrete floor. Yeah, I had a Western Digital 80 gigabyte hard drive, and it was working until I tossed it on the floor by accident, and that caused bad sectors to happen. So yeah, that was an oopsie. All right. Now I'll have to find the card that Gutbomb sent me should these Trident cards fail. I suspect they're on my table to my even further left that I can't reach, or it's like to my right because I moved it. I don't know. Anyways, I need a 200 to 250 gigabyte IDE PATA drives. Not at this immediate moment because I have. Yeah, not at this immediate moment, but I might later. Also, if you want my email address, dtmace1, go to my YouTube About page and you can get my email address. Because that way you don't have to. I'm assuming you don't have it from eBay, but I think eBay obscures it. So now you know where to get my email address that's not eBay. Yeah, Jeremy says that SIS card is worse than a stinking Trident. Yeah. Oh, how's the day going, Justin? Well, it's been kind of a virtual Monday because I was debugging code at work. So, anyways. All right, so we've gone over what a Super 7 board is, and now, why am I not using this board? Despite the fact that it looks like any other board from the mid to late 90s. Well, two reasons. The first reason is it's an AT board, which means I have to give up one of my AT cases to build the computer. And secondly, and probably more importantly, although I did not know this when I bought the ATX Super 7 board that I'm actually going to be using, this motherboard does not support drives larger than 32 gigabytes. And when I say that it does not support drives larger than 32 gigabytes, I don't mean that it simply truncates the drive at 32 gigabytes and that's it. I mean, it completely locks up during boot. It, does not support anything larger than 32 gigabytes, or it will lock up during boot, either while it's scanning for the hard drives, or when it's printing out the specs on the hard drive, it will just lock up. Now, I have some large Maxtor hard drives, so I got this 120 here, and I got a 200 here, and they both have capacity limit jumpers. If I limit the capacity and put them on this board, then they work, because they limit their capacity to the 32 gigabytes. But the moment I put them on full limit, or very occasionally the board will actually let the drive through, but it only sees it as an 8 gigabyte drive. The smaller the drive, or actually, wait a minute, no, it's like the larger the drive, the more likely it was probably that you're overflowing some counter in the BIOS and it lets it through as an 8 gigabyte drive. Because I think this 200 gigabyte drive was more likely to be seen as an 8 gigabyte drive, but it was also just as likely to lock the thing up during boot. The 80 gigabyte drive was more likely, because I've got an 80 gigabyte Western Digital here that I did not throw on the floor by accident. It was more likely to lock up every single time. I don't think I ever saw it detect as a 32 gigabyte drive. So yeah, quality board here. I tried multiple versions of the BIOS. I did not try them all. Actually, the RetroWeb had quite a collection of BIOSes for this board. It's this, if anyone's wondering, this is a TechRam P5 MVP B4 revision 1 board. The RetroWeb had quite the collection of BIOSes for this board. I think they had everything everywhere from version 1.01 all the way up to 1.13. If there were any after that, well, too bad. But this board had version 1.0 of the BIOS on it, which the RetroWeb now has, if anyone wants to try that one and you have this board. But yeah, I tried version 1.0. I tried 1.12 and I tried 1.13, and they all have the problem. And at that point, I said there's too many other versions to try. Yeah, I know, Jeremy. Seagate also has certain drives that have a capacity limit jumper. I don't have any of the Seagates that do that. Jesse says the Seagate with the Barracuda logo on them definitely did. I think those were the Barracuda 4s. Yes, I believe they were. I don't have any of the Seagates that have a capacity limit jumper. I don't have any Western Digitals with a capacity limit jumper, or at least if it does, it's not documented on the cover. So the only one I could try with the capacity limit jumper were the 2 Mac stores I have. Also, after going down in capacity, from 80 gigabytes, the next smallest one I have is like 4 point something. So yeah, I couldn't try anything intermediate. Then, any reasons. So anyways, so this board I'm not going to use because it's just too hard to find a hard drive that I'd want to use on it. Also, I think since it's a slightly older board, at least as terms of the documented voltage levels that this board supports, it only goes down to 2.2 volts. So anyways, it is the VIA MVP chipset, which is, I don't think, was very highly regarded as a chipset. So, but I'm suspecting it was the BIOS that was the cause of the hard drive problems, because you are about to see the board I'm actually going to use, and you're probably going to be like, oh, wait a minute, Justin. That's another VIA board, but it's in green. Because this is the board I'm actually using for the build. So this is an Epoch's EP MVP3 G5. And according to the RetroWeb, the G5 means it has 2 gigabytes of cache on it. We'll see if that's actually correct, because I don't remember how much cache it said it had. So I have done nearly nothing to this board since I got it, other than I had to borrow it to wipe some drives because I didn't feel like pulling another board with IDE out. Yeah, it's changing colors. Anyways, this is, I believe, the same MVP chipset. So we've got our PC100 SD RAM, and this is the SD RAM that came with it in the eBay auction. This is the cooler that was on it, and it's a bit dirty, and I think there's a little rust on this one screw. It's got there's our AGP. So we got PCI ISA. Interestingly enough, as you might remember from last December, this motherboard actually has a PC PCI connector on it, despite having ISA. So I kind of thought that was neat, that it still has PC PCI. And this board actually does go up to 112 megahertz. I know you can't see that because of my logo. And in terms of voltages, it'll actually go down to 1.8 volt. Oh, I guess I can zoom in. So the reason why I wanted to use this board, that was the reason why I bothered buying another board, really was it's ATX, and it kind of uses the like initial standard ATX ports, so I can just throw this in a case. 2 megabytes of cache. Jeremy says he's had mixed results with those Epoch boards. Yeah, I think even back in the day I had mixed results too. Anyways, yeah. Buy a chipset. There's our AGP. So it'll go down. It'll go 3.2 to 1.8. So there's our multipliers and clock speeds. I do kind of like the very easy setting for those. I can very easily tell that it's set to 4x right now and 100 megahertz. Okay, I could, voltage is a little bit, so it should be set to 2.4 volts, I believe. And you're probably wondering, what's under the heatsink except for the fact that, well, if you saw the thumbnail, then it's probably pretty obvious what has to be under the heatsink. Okay, I will also give props to this heatsink because I thought I could get it off without needing a screwdriver. No. I do need something to help lever it off. Okay, this is what scares me about these Socket 7. Even back in the day, they were easy to break, but now it's old plastic. Yeah, okay, so I'm flabbergasted. Someone actually used thermal paste. Okay, as you can probably see, I never removed the heatsink. Someone actually used thermal paste. Now we can all rate their thermal paste installation on a scale from 1 to 10. And quite honestly, I'm hoping there was some migration going on because it seems as if there's not very much in the center where it matters. And it's all kind of spread out to the sides where it doesn't matter as much. Although, granted, I guess the heat spreader design probably did contribute to that. Yeah, that's more like thermal goop. Not to be confused with that brand from that movie star. All right, let's get this cleaned up so I can make sure that's actually a K6-3 and not like a K6-3 Plus in hiding. Although I would have probably noticed that on the post screen. Yeah, for 20 years ago, that's not bad. I mean, if I redid the thermal paste and it looked that bad, it would be bad. I'll probably, when I reapply the thermal paste, because I probably will put some on, I'll be using something unnecessarily fancy because I do not have plain thermal goop where I know where it is. I think I've got some somewhere, but I have no idea where the tube is. And B, I know that I don't need to put much past that area because it's just going to spread out and not do anything. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. I do believe it's hard to see, but I do not see any evidence that there's a plus hiding under the thermal goop. Let me see if I can tilt the board and... Oh, actually, you know, maybe if I turn this light off momentarily, it'll... No, you still can't see that. All right, maybe what I need is more light. Oh. And maybe a little closer, because... There. Let's see here if there's anything... Nope, there is no... There we go. And it's just a K6-3 Plus, so nothing hiding under there. Believe me, I would have been totally ecstatic if it was a K6-3 Plus, because those go for crazy amounts. Although I guess also I'm somewhat relieved to see it's actually a K6-3 and not a K6-2 turned into a K6-3, if that's even possible. Because I would have kind of felt a little bit cheated then. I kind of figured, given where I bought this, that... Ooh, anyone want to see one of the last handy motherboards from AST? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. All right, let's clean that up a little. There we go. I'm going to turn this into a build. At least want to... Yeah, I know these shop towels probably aren't the best thing, but they seem to be low lint. And we're talking about a Pentium era processor, so I'm not quite concerned as much about the effect of the lint. And more concerned about, though, this kind of dust that's hanging out here, so I'm going to take care of it. Oh, first of all, it helps to see that the dust goes away, and second of all, I need my little brush. That ran away because it knew I needed it. Oh, that's not the brush I was looking for. No, that's too big. Hi, Steve. Oh, yeah. Warning. If you just joined after I showed the air blower on screen, but before I turned it on, yeah, ear warning. Okay, I have to say this dirt is really caked on. All right, I will actually mute to save what's left of Steve's hearing. All right. Yeah. Yeah. This live stream may involve caked on dust removal. Caked on dust removal. Viewer discretion is advised. Could be the Law and Order special dirt removal unit. I don't know. It kind of flopped on NBC after the pilot. No, that wasn't real Law and Order. Okay, I don't know. These capacitors kind of look a little funny, and they don't look like they've leaked. It just looks like there's dirt caked on top of them. Maybe I should see if that is dirt that might dislodge with a little bit more persuasion, or if maybe that is leakage. Oh, I should be unmuted now. Oh. Please confirm that I'm not still muted. I mean, it's entirely possible that these capacitors... I don't think that's leakage. I think the top of them just got damp at some point. That doesn't look like leakage. All right. Oh, good. All right. I got the dust off the board, more or less. Does look like there's some dust there on the chipset. All right. So what do I have in terms of graphics cards to go with the wonderfully high quality VIA MVP3 chipset? Well, One contender is this wonderful Trident Blade 3D 9880 card. Jesse says, how about thinking you're muted, but you find out you're not? That was a fun write-up I received. Ouch. So that's one of the cards. We also, as a strong contender, have this wonderful Trident 3D Image. I wonder if them trying to make the name sound French was to disguise the fact that I'm sure the 3D performance was horrible. But we have the 3D Image, or is that maybe an attempt at Italian now that I think about it? All right, the 3D Image 9750. Although I think you're supposed to say it 3D Image 9750, just to kind of wow everyone with reading it really fast, because there's certainly not any spaces in the name. Unlike on this one, where at least they did put a space between Blade 3D and 9880. Could try them both. I wonder if I'll be able to tell there's 2 years improvement on them. I'm also, as a very strong contender for AGP cards that pair nicely with finicky chipsets to make it fun to troubleshoot. I'll have to see if I can find drivers. I do have this SIS 3D Pro 6316 with TV out. Jeremy thinks I should use the gold one. Yeah, I probably will. I mean, I could probably remove that heatsink because there's probably absolutely no thermal compound on it to see how new that chip is. But yeah, so we got that. And then somewhere I have the AGP card that Gutbomb sent me. So let me see if I can find it real quick because I may need to pull it out of reserves. Yeah, well, I'll use the gold one at first. But let me see if I can find the S3 card because it will work most likely, even if the other 3 cards fail me. I put that card somewhere for safekeeping, and now it is time for me to find where I put it for safekeeping, and it's somewhere for safekeeping. All right, I will. I'll probably find it like tomorrow when it dawns on me where I stuck it for safekeeping. Oh, those aren't them. Those graphics cards. Oh, credit card. Oh, credit. Oh, that is. Oh, graphics card. I temporarily forgot I had. Oh, network card. Those are the thingamadoodles for the RAM board. Okay. I think the S3 card Gutbomb sent me ran away to go hang out on another channel, and it'll be back whenever it decides to sneak into the house. Oh, hey, Sad Mac 356 and Retro Techer Die. Yay. Got bomb finished. 12 blue scuzzies tonight. Wow. Mac84 says, my whole basement is a safekeeping spot. Good luck. Yeah. Steve knows the struggle. You get sent something, you put it in the basement for safekeeping, and then when you go to look for it, you first kind of forget that you had it, potentially. If not, you remember that you had it, and then you forget where you put it for safekeeping, and then later, when you have completely lost all hope of ever finding it and found some other solution, it turns up under the least likely of items. Like, I'm probably going to find that it's like under my 286 for some reason. Alright, now this is really bugging me now. Because it wasn't that long ago when Gutbomb sent me that stuff. Alright, let me remember here. So Gutbomb sent me 2 drive brackets. Which probably means if I see the 2 drive brackets, then I'm probably close to finding the S3 card. Alright, hold one more moment. I think I need a soundboard and I need to put funny sounds in it that make me sound like I'm ruffling through a really long basement for what I'm supposed to. And it would be, well, slightly exaggerated. My basement that long. Huh. Did I do? Alright. Maybe I should. There's another card. The Tiger Ram and TF2 motherboard. That's not it. Okay, that's not it. No, that's not it. Probably the sound card I should use. No. Alright, I'll find it. I'll find it eventually. Mom sent it to me in a priority mail spot. No, that was from Garth. Hold one more moment while I now am really bugged because now I'm like, okay, where did I set it? Oh, oh, well, that's not it, but it's an AGP card. That's not the card I'm looking for. Figures. I'll find the real one. It'll like turn up. No, but I do have another AGP card here. It's probably the one I should use, but I'm not going to. It's actually not. Did I put it in the 97 PC? If it was AGP, anyway, here's an AGP card I was looking for. To show that if you got a card like this, it's dual voltage. So this is the 1.5 volt notch, and that's the 3.3 volt notch. This is a Asus V7700. It's a GeForce 2 GTS card, which I don't think were particularly great, but well, NVIDIA and ATI won, so there's that. All right. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding a S3 AGP card. You didn't send me a PCI card, did you, Gutbomb? Because that could be one reason why I can't find a S3 AGP card. Now I don't remember what you sent me. I'll have to go back and... I'm probably going to have to go back and watch my own live stream to see what it looked like, and then maybe I'll remember what I did with it just by seeing what it looked like. But anyways, alright, enough of that. I at least have a video card that is not a Trident and not an SIS, that should the budget options fail me, at least I can probably get the system running. There's definitely an AGP. Okay, now... Definitely AGP. Okay. Alright, well, let me start to put this thing together, and then maybe I'll remember what I did with it. I've gone on long enough trying to find parts that I misplaced. Alright, so tonight's thermal compound experience is brought to you by the YouTube comment trolls. They ruin everything. No, I don't care. They'd probably complain, why'd you cover the thermal paste application? I don't care what they think. Their certification is, oh, you sent it because it was weird. Okay. Well, I'll find it. It's probably out past its curfew right now. Okay. I do not know why this MX6 does not spread that great. But yeah. Jesse, I think that comment applies more to the the trolls. Like Jesse's quoting, like, I guess what's the Emperor in Star Wars, like, good, let the hate flow through you. Or yeah, that's the YouTube trolls. That would be an apt comment. Except, of course, they're going to think that they're totally right and that you're totally wrong, and that they don't see how, despite the fact they've put thermal paste on 0 CPUs, that they could ever be wrong. And that is why I am a YouTube thermal paste certification cynic. Because watching a YouTube video does not make you an expert on applying thermal paste. Practicing does. I don't know. And honestly, I don't care if you see the membership number on this Costco card. It's long expired, so it's not like you'd be able to use it. Well, still probably don't want you to see the number because someone could probably do something with it. Alright, well, I thought I could spread this maybe a little more uniformly than the heatsink, but well. Alright. Jesse says, I'm a married man. By default, I'm always wrong. Alright. Still bugging me where that S3 card went. Probably went to retro night at the maker space without me. Alright. Let me at least clean up maybe a little bit more of the old thermal paste on the side of the fan. And I'll put the CPU fan back on. I mean, maybe at some point I'll take the fan off and actually, I don't think I need to lubricate the fan right now. Check my Discord. Okay, I'll check my Discord. I'll check it in one moment. Let me put the heatsink back on. There we go. There we go. Yay! Hopefully the thermal paste mafia is not out to get me. Oh, thank you. That's what it looked like. All right. Haha. Okay. Okay. Thinking. Processing. 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 Fascinating. Processing. Where's Joe when you need him to recognize the Star Trek reference? Yeah, now watch. Joe's gonna pop in the chat like, I heard my name through the ether. Joe would probably recognize the reference immediately. Processing. No, it's not in the Pentium 3 system. No, PCI board. The VIP board. Box of chips to test. PCI board. PCI board. There's the brackets Gut Bomb sent me that I was looking for. Alright, there's the two drive brackets. Alright. There's the LTE. Those are the RAM modules for my HPZ 440. And ta-da! That was really bugging me where that went to. The S3 Verge that Gut Bomb sent me. It was sitting beside the two brackets. It just took me a couple looks on the shelf to find the brackets. All right, now that the thermal paste has had time to hang out, enjoy life, just be its best thermal paste without any pressures of this world or any need to actually transfer heat. Now it's time to continue the build, now that I have all the video cards on the bench. Alright, so I'm going to go for the K6-III. For obvious reasons. That means this AMD K6-2 350 that I had here that I showed before I pulled the heatsink, no, there's no reason to use this one. And this K6-2 400 that I bought on eBay for like real cheap, untested, well, I'm going to resist the temptation on it either. Because, well, they're not K6-3s. I think the K6-III just has more cache, so cache is good. So, alright, let me set this little small stack of processors where it's probably in danger of getting knocked over. Alright. Oh, there was one other thing about the TechRAM board that I showed earlier that I forgot. And I should have probably mentioned it to the RetroWeb. I got the distinct impression that, despite the fact the manual doesn't mention it, that it needs ATX power to use AGP. So, yeah, I guess that's a late note for anyone that might have somehow got recommended the video and was like, oh, hey, that TechRAM board looks familiar. I've got one of those. Oh, that's why I've been having trouble using drives. Yeah, I got the distinct impression by using AT power that if you're, I didn't try a PCI card in it, but I got the distinct impression that it doesn't power up reliably if you don't have an ATX power and are using an AGP card. Quite possibly because AGP needs 3.3 volts. And AT power does not supply it. But I don't have that problem here because, well, I can only use an ATX power supply, so no issues there. I don't have the bad option. Alright, so I think first, because I do need to double check the working state of these video cards, because I was having trouble with a few of them earlier. Just before I get too far in this process, I'm just going to really quickly go through these cards and make sure that they fire up reliably, and we'll go from there. Mainly because I got to find where I buried my Windows 95 install CD. I know it's DOScember, and I probably should install MS-DOS 6, but I'm going to install Windows 95 because it runs on DOS. And it's probably potentially a little better suited for this board because I can run FAT32. Alright, so Gut Bomb sent me this video card, and since he's in the chat right now, I figured I would test it first. So, alright, Gut Bomb, this test is for you. I'm going to use my fancy official Power 1 ohmmeter. Oh. And then I'm going to power it off real quick because I realized that I forgot to plug the fan power back in. Alright. I think it works, Gut Bomb, but I wanted to abort the test and plug the CPU fan back in. Also, because you all probably saw that it got a screen briefly. I did want to note on this epox board, it is a bit weird. So I have the fan plugged into the CPU fan header. So if I turn it on, so it's on, and it takes a moment or two for the fan to spin up. But let's go to capture input. So this is an S3 something or other. 8.6. Also, I wanted to double check if this board's BIOS was on the retro web, and I believe it is. I just wanted to double check while I'm staring at the boot screen here. All right, so because the BIOSes are in some weird order, so if you hold on just one moment. Let's see, that is 8/06 2001. So I'm looking at the text on the bottom of the screen. MVP 3596 W877. Yeah, those letters are the same. Yep. So yeah, that's 1806, but I don't see 1806 on the screen. Oh, that's 2001 for 2001, 8 for August 06. Yes, okay. So this BIOS is archived on the retro web, so no further action is needed from me. This video card works. The video output looks really good. I can reset it so we can see the banner again. It is a... it's an S3 card. It doesn't say how much RAM's in it. All right. So, yes, Gut Bomb, the card you sent me that I don't think I tested until just now. Oh, Gut Bomb says he got it in a case that a PC that he only wanted for the case. All right, well, it's quite possible that I will put this to use. Maybe not this build, but someday soon. So, oh, all right. So this is an AGP2 card, and I think it's got 32 megs of RAM on it if I'm looking at the sticker right. VGA S397A/32 SDJ. All right. So that card works in this board based on a post. All right, let me just double check my fancy Azus card here, which I bought because, okay, weird, probably weird reasons. Which I won't get into, but I got it. Okay, so this is a 64 megabyte card. And, okay. I was pretty sure it worked because I had used it a little more. I actually had this in my Pentium 2 system and was pretty disappointed with the specs. Once I read what the GeForce 2 didn't have. So in my Pentium 2 build, I decided I wanted something a bit newer, and I think I've got an MX400 in it now. All right, we're getting to the Trident cards, Jeremy. All right, so we've got this S3 card that I think RetroTech Chris gave me, but I don't quite remember where it came from. Maybe I need to label where I get things from. Well, I guess the S3 won't be... Well, it's kind of looking like the S3 won't be charming us with its charms. Okay, so JP2... Okay, well, let me... All right. Oh, maybe the... Oh, the card edge might be a bit corroded. All right, let me take some contact cleaner to it. Okay. It'll get one more try, and then I'll set it in my Misfit pal for future dorking. Although I will dork with these cards only as long as it's worth dorking with them. Hi, Joe. You missed my Star Trek reference. It wouldn't make sense now. I was trying to find the card that Gutbomb sent me, and, well, I guess I can describe it. And I started just going, processing. 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 Fascinating. Processing. And I knew you'd probably get exactly... Probably the scene and... Yeah, Jeremy's saying that S3 card might... No, it's not 1.5 volt only. Although it might be 1.5 volt only, and it might be overvolting. I think the contacts were dirty. Alright. So the S3 card works. Much to my dismay, it might be the worst of the cards on the table. Joe says, I make that same reference to this day when I get mentally lost. So Joe knows exactly where that one came from. Good. I knew he would. All right, so now we got the Trident 3D Homage 9750. I have no idea if the card actually is Italian, but the name looks Italian or French or some fancy language. Gutbomb says the S3 card only has 4 megabytes. Well, so does this one. Oh, okay. Oh, that 32 is some other rep. Okay, whatever. Sleep data. Okay, so this Trident card works. And now for the card that I'm going to at least start the build with. Oh, that is only an S3 Verge. Okay, yeah. I don't think the S3 Verge supported 32 megabytes. I think it went up to like 4 or 8. All right, I'm going to spray a little bit of contact cleaner on the card edge of this one here. Because it was giving me a slight problem yesterday. All right. And so this is the Trident 3D Blade, or the Trident Blade 3D 9880 with 8 megabytes of memory. And it also lives. Now, the third Trident, because I don't feel like going over to my repair pile and pulling it off and showing you what it did, because it did nothing. However, it actually has some broken traces on the board. Yeah, it was the one that Retrotech Chris... No, it did work. It just took some contact cleaner. So all these cards worked. This card required contact cleaner because there was a... In fact, it looked like there was a smudge or something that's still there. You see that kind of discoloration there? So, yeah, it worked after contact cleaner. So, yeah, Jeremy, 2 of the 3 you sent me work. One of them had absolutely no picture. So, 2 out of 3 ain't bad for Trident cards. Sure, 3 out of 3 would be better, but, well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And yeah, I know my teacher would probably be saying ain't a word, but yes, it is a word. It's in the dictionary. Luckily, when I was in school, I didn't say that, because I would have been sent to the principal's office. Joe says my 128K Mac is now actually done, except for the 400K disk drive. Woot! Yes! Alright, so what am I going to use to install Windows 95? Alright, so this is going in a beige case. So I think for silly things that I could put in this computer, I think I'm going to go with this, or at least try to start to use this 52-speed CD-ROM drive that I believe RetroTech Chris gave me. Because it was in the box of a few things that he gave me back in March. Because we all know how these 52-speed CD-ROMs sounded like they were, like, almost just ready to explode every time they read your disk. And in fact, I think for some people they actually did explode the disk, but I think that sounds like a wise drive to use on a build of other parts that are, quote, wise to use. I mean, after all, I'm using a Trident card, so why should I actually walk over and grab the 16-speed DVD-ROM drive that actually would probably competently spin disks without sounding like it's going to either shatter them or yeet them to the sun, one or the other, or both. Yeet them to the sun while shattering it. Jeremy says, I've seen that CD shattering happen firsthand. Horrible noise from that event. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. So anyways, because this is like the build of like all the high quality parts that you could get at that era, I'm going to use this CD-ROM drive that is probably going to sound like it's about to shatter the disk every moment. Who knows? Maybe I'll shatter a CD. Now, I'm looking for my GoTech, because I do need to boot from a floppy image. And despite the fact that I put the GoTech where I would see it, I then promptly piled like everything on top of it. Like all those video cards that I tested that worked, and the cotton swabs that I was using, and yeah, I piled all that on top of the GoTech that I mentally knew that I would need to be using. So of course I piled everything on top of it. Night, Frank. All right. So right now our build consists of, or I guess my build, because some of y'all probably are thinking to yourself, I want nothing to do with that build. And I wouldn't blame you, because I purposely am somewhat picking some budget options and wise choices, because, okay, let's face it, the VIA MVP3 chipset was actually horrible. It gave AMD a black mark, and I think it ultimately led them to having a quality program for the Athlon platform where the chipsets had to go through a certification process, because some of these chipsets were downright bad. I don't think the VIA MVP3 chipset was one of the good Super 7 chipsets. I'm not sure there were any good ones, but there were definitely better ones. But anyways. Alright, so right now, because I'm torn on video cards, and while Windows 95 is installing, we'll take a look at sound cards that are possibilities to see what wise choice I should probably go with. But let me... Alright, just in case this CD-ROM drive just decides to, like... Oh. Well, that was kind of anemic. Okay, I actually now don't remember if Chris told me this drive was working when he gave it to me. Okay, so this CD-ROM is not going to be bootable because none of the Windows 95 CDs are. To my knowledge. Also, I think I just realized oh, yeah. Oh, have the D-ban floppy in the GoTech. Alright, I do realize I made a few mistakes here. Okay, that was scary. The CD-ROM drive made creaking noises as the disk spun down. We might have shattered disks tonight after all, and this is actually a relatively high-quality CDR that I used. Excellent. Although, unfortunately, I have to now admit, I kind of wish I had saved wiping a drive for a live stream, but I tried wiping the drive yesterday, and I unfortunately wasn't recording it with the camcorder because I was running DBAN and I was down here when it happened, but I actually did have a hard drive crash, like right in the middle of running DBAN. It I think it quite literally had a head crash because it was running and it was running fine and it was like making progress. I was like, wow, this drive's performing really nicely. And then all of a sudden it like stops. It's going like it had like the head had crashed. It was scratching the platter or something. Like, oh, wonderful. I wish I was recording that. Not every day you get a head crash like that. Especially because we don't use mechanical hard drives in new computers. All right, what was I looking for? Oh, a mouse. Because why do I want to install Windows 95 without a mouse? I don't particularly want to because I'm tired of trying to install Windows versions like that and not having a mouse plugged in. So if you'll hold on a moment while I attempt to locate the mouse that has run away and will. Oh, there it is. I thought I was going to then give up and go on with the install and then find the mouse halfway during the install, but here it is. It is a lovely Microsoft IntelliMouse, which actually probably is vintage. I know it would have been wiser to use a cheap mouse that you would have gotten at the computer shop when you said, oh, I don't want to spend that much money on the Microsoft mouse. What do you have? Oh, well, we have this special mouse. It's $5. Okay, I'll take that. That sounds cheap. Yeah. All right. All right. So now that I at least have a keyboard and mouse plugged in, let's see if I can get to the. All right, we'll use this boot disk here. All right. All right. So this is not a Windows 95 boot disk, but I've read it doesn't really matter. All right, so don't need CD-ROM support at the moment. Main thing is I'm booted into DOS, so I can F-disk and format this hard drive. All right, I do want to enable large disk support. So I'm installing on an 80 gigabyte hard drive. I thought that was a good trade-off because I have a couple 80 gigabytes, but the larger drives I thought I'd save for some slightly newer builds that still use IDE. And save my older drives for the oh yeah, let's see here. Yeah, good night, Frank. All right. So yes, we are using an actual mechanical hard drive and it is actually mechanically moving. Who knows? Maybe I'll have another hard drive crash live on stream, but this isn't the drive I threw, so. But I do know it works because I ran DBAN on it and it passed, so it's in my good pile. Also, I don't know if 52 speed drives were like a thing around the time of the Super 7, but I know CD-ROM speeds were like going up and up and up like crazy, so if 52 speed wasn't a speed around this time, well, it soon was, and Creative Liberty, the first drive that it's like I'm building a system. The first drive they put in the system died, so they got a wonderful 52 speed because it was faster than their old like 36 speed or whatever. But mainly I'm using it because I'm looking at my pile of beige drives and I have a 56 speed, which I might need to use in a different computer. I have another 52 speed Samsung, which is probably a better drive than this one, so I picked this one. I have a CD writer that looks like it came out of a compact, and then a 16-speed DVD-ROM. But the 16-speed DVD-ROM is for my computer rebuild. Yeah, Jesse says he's seen anywhere from 8 to 36 speed around that time frame. Yeah, that's kind of more what I was thinking. Like, 52 speed would have been like maybe a year or two later or so. Their first drive failed, and they bought this one. Oh, also, I think I've scheduled a live stream Thursday, but I think the topic's going to change because I might work on a different computer. Because I realized yesterday when I scheduled the streams, I was thinking, okay, what Pentium systems do I have to work on? And I forgot that there was like the second computer on my list was not the rebuild of my original PC. So yeah, I'm the second computer on my list is an IBM PC that Jeremy gave me, and I think I'm actually going to work on that one on Thursday. Jesse says 56 speed was no later than 2003, what I put in my first computer. Yeah, my first computer from 1997 had a 16-speed CD-ROM drive in it. Oh. And I gotta go into the BIOS, because that's right. This BIOS has funny boot options, and I was booting from a CD earlier, so that's... If you do CD-ROM boot, it's CD-ROM CA, and now that the C drive has a partition table, yeah. I need to actually set it to, like, A... Oh, I guess I get to set it to AC SCSI. Okay. Even though I don't have a SCSI controller in it. There we go. I mean, I think I've got a few slower drives, but I thought I had some slower drives, but... Oh, that's right. All my slower drives are they're in parts because I gotta get some new belts for them. Jeremy says, my first computer I owned had a 4-speed Pioneer CD-ROM drive. Yeah, my first computer had a 16-speed, I think it was an A-Open CD-ROM drive. And I say that because I've looked at the picture of the faceplate, and I think it matches what A-Open... Or it's either A-Open or BenQ, but I kind of want to say it was A-Open. Just based on the way the printing is on the faceplate. Okay, well, at least the generic driver detected this CD-ROM drive, so we're good. So, yeah. I gotta figure out I'm gonna have to ask Mike Tech what belt kit he has for repairing drives because I also can't type. I can't type when there's ribbon cables on top of the keyboard. All right. Maybe one of these directories have like no format command. Let me just see. Oh, it does. Excellent. Oh, that's not right. $10 gigabytes? Well, that's not right. Huh. Did Windows 98 have a smaller drive size than. Alright, now I'm stumped as to why the F disk partition made a 10 gigabyte partition. Alright, let me look it up here real quick. Alright. Do know the current versions of Windows, I think, limit FAT32 to 32 gigabytes. But that would not. That limit is only in, like, I think Windows. Well, newer Windows is. Okay. Well, I might be running into a BIOS limit I didn't realize I had. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. That's weird. Alright, so let's see here. Jesse says, my first computer was going to meet the dumpster if I didn't rescue it. Ooh. SadMac356 says, I can tell you that I grew up having CD rewriter, didn't have a DVD drive till about 2009. First was a decommissioned school machine, and it's my understanding the family friend who gave it to me and my parents was told to make it disappear. Jeremy says I have a Creative Labs SB1740 with onboard SCSI that the Windows 98 startup disk automatically installs drivers for. Yeah, the CT1740, yep. Jesse says, yeah, I had to beg the principal to release the compact ProLinia 575E, which he still has. Cool. Other than the CD-ROM, it's all original. Neat. Alright, I do not know why it limited the partition to 10 gigabytes. Does this motherboard also have a problem with large drives? Because I know that Western Digital drive is 80 gigabytes. How would I know I was having a problem with the drive size? Alright, let me see here. 10 gigabyte. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it says 10, 78.56. Oh, that might be a printing error. I just realized. That's not. That might be a formatting error. It may have actually created an 80 gigabyte partition, but there's not enough characters to print it, although that's really weird way of truncating 80, but whatever. I'll see what it says it is after. Maybe I'll just install Windows 95 and see what it says it is. So yeah, I'm going to go for Windows 95 C because this board has USB on it, so Windows 95 C will have USB drivers. Not that I plan on doing extensive work with USB devices at blazing fast USB 1.0 speeds. Okay, DTM Ace 1 says the DOS tool can't display the full size, so it wraps. Okay, it's probably just wrapping it. I was about tempted to hit Control C and check things in Fdisk, so I'm glad I didn't. Oh, yeah. Actually, oh yeah, you didn't see it. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, I think the real thing is. Oh. Let's see here. No, I don't want full, not overscan, not underscan. I think pan and scan is the one I want. All right. Because that's, I think, more the 4:3 ratio, although it still looks off. There we go. That's the problem. A scalar, it's like, depending on what I'm showing, I gotta change that setting, and Mac 356 says, for me, it's a Dell Dimension i43C, and I can't actually tell you how much of the hardware is original to it. Just at some point before I got it, it got a new hard drive. Well, if it came from a school, it's, yeah, they probably kept it in service as long as possible. Or at least until the grant money replaced it, whichever came first. New hard drive, bit more RAM. Yep, whatever they could to keep it in service. And we are almost 40% of the way through this format. Woohoo! actually, I guess while we wait for this drive to format, let's see what I have in terms of sound cards for this build, which I'll install Windows and then I'll put the sound card in. But all right, I guess while this formats, obviously I got a Sound Blaster Live SB0060, but this seems too fancy for this build, so this one's probably out. Unless, like, miraculously, all my other sound cards don't work. So I've got this Turtle Beach. Yeah, it looks like it's a Turtle Beach brand. And it's a... I forget the company that made the chipset. So yeah, so that's what that is. That's, I'm sure, going to sound wonderful. But I think I can do better for this build. Maybe. Yeah, let's see. Oh, Jesse says, the funny part in my system sat in the middle school writing lab with a librarian that hated computers. It was almost never used before 2003, except for when they needed something elsewhere. Yeah. Yeah. All right. DTM Ace 1 says, the Turtle Beach cards weren't bad, but the drivers were fun to install sometimes. Yeah, a real Vortex 2. I have a stack of them in my closet. You didn't by chance send that card to me, did you? I don't remember where I got it from. I didn't think I had one. All right, so let's see what else I got here. I got some fun cards. Let me go grab these cards here. I just found a 40 gigabyte hard drive I forgot that I had. Which spent half the time formatting. All right, so I got some cards here. Ooh, this one's a real gem. That one's definitely a candidate. Let's see, that's sound card. Let's see, that's another Sound Blaster Live. So let me leave that one there. That one I think is probably a duplicate of something at the end, but I don't know that yet. Yet another Sound Blaster Live. Oh, here we go. Sound Blaster, but not alive. So I'll pull that one out. Okay, that might actually be it in terms of sound cards. Oh, well, okay. This is an empty box, but I can find the card. It's somewhere. Okay. All right. So another choice I have is I have one of these A-Open Cobra sound cards somewhere. This one might be too nice, though. It's actually got a Yamaha chip on it. This one might be too nice, but I've got the card somewhere. That's the box for it. All right. Another candidate is I have a Sound Blaster CT 5806, I think. I think I got this card because someone said this one had DOS compatibility and you don't need that PC PCI cable, but it has DOS compatibility. So that could be a cool one to try. But it might be too nice for this build. I have a ESS audio drive 16, or no, that's an 1868F. I know it's ISA. Definitely would be able to play DOS games with it. Got a bent pin. Nothing I can't fix. There we go. I think I fixed it. But I got ESSs and some other builds. I'm purposely have one I'm setting to the side. Jeremy knows it's coming. The rest of y'all don't know what you're in for the last card I'm going to pull out. But I don't think I really want to use the last card, but it's probably the worst card. Oh, I think that's another 1868F, so, well, I think I snagged one cheap somewhere. Alright, this one's actually a recent eBay find. This one's, I think, a 688, an ESS 688, and there's the Yamaha chip. So this one didn't have built-in sound, so this one's got all the wonderful controllers on it, though, so I may save that for a build where I got a proprietary CD-ROM drive. But we've got, Jeremy says that creative card is really a value addition card. Oh, well, maybe that might actually be budget-oriented for this stream. And then I have this card here. An Advanced Logic ALS 120 card that I had to actually buy a game port cable for that I hope works, because the game port cable was missing. The bracket was bent when I got it. I think the card got tortured in shipping. It may or may not work. Jeremy says it's a very good one for DOS, but this is a Windows 95 system, and well, we'll see. I would like to launch a series of videos where I take some of these cards that I have and, like, put them through their paces. But I don't want to just, like, copy, like, Phil's Computer Lab or some of them. So I'm trying to think of what I could do to... I'm looking at a photo that was in the chat, and I don't know what that is. I do not recognize that at all. Yeah, DTM Ace 1, don't know what motherboard that goes to. Probably a, I don't know what it is even. There we go. Jesse, I think, probably has it. Jesse says it looks like a voltage regulator for an early compact ProLiant system. I was thinking it looked like a voltage regulator, but I couldn't place the system. All right, Jeremy's convincing me that this ISA card is a good one. But Jeremy also says that creative card is a value addition card. Well, I guess I could try them both. Thing is, I know the creative card will probably sound halfway decent. Maybe. The ALS 120 card seems like the type of card that gave me nightmares of not that great OPL emulation. I mean, I could be totally wrong. I mean, at least I'll say this. I did get the card. The card did actually arrive, and I did only pay $6 plus shipping for the card, so there is that. And the card did arrive. And somehow made it through customs. Because the card came from Ukraine. And it was packaged very efficiently. In fact, I was kind of surprised that it didn't have a label on it. The way it was packaged, I was surprised it didn't have a label on it that said something like, this package has been opened by customs, because I saw the package in my mailbox, and I was like, for sure I'm going to see a label on this thing that customs opened it, because kind of looked suspicious, but no. They probably X-rayed it, though. All right, Jeremy says he would save the PCI card for a system that doesn't have an ISA slot. Okay, that's fair. Okay, and Jeremy's got the drivers pointed out for me. Okay. Oh, DTM Ace1 says close. This is actually a secondary regulator for a Gigabyte Titan chipset P4 board. Ah, that makes sense. The blue PCB. Yep. That would be Gigabyte around that era. All right, Gutbomb says ISA as well. Okay. Well, I'll put the sound card in after this formats, and then we'll install Windows. And we'll go for this card. All right. The $6 my cost in 2023 sound card, and I lost the things for the cable, but there we go. I mean, I'm hoping that cable works on the card. It didn't have that cable on it when I got it, so I mean, I do need to be able to use the joystick. Unfortunately, I couldn't find one where the cable came out the back like would have originally been shipped. Gutbomb says, don't forget the ISA modem, too. I'm Gutbomb, I am just going to forget the modem, and I'm going to have Joe record a sound clip of him sounding like a modem, and I'm going to create a little app for, like, old Windows that it's like, it looks like a dial-up icon that you double-click, and then it's just basically going to be Joe going dee-dee-dee-doo, or however he does it better than me. Jeremy says he bought 3 of these locally, new in box, for $15 each. All right, I'll save the PCI card for a system that doesn't have an ISA slot. Although, at some point, I'll probably try PCI in this board to see how well it works. Yeah, me. I mean, don't you think that's a good idea, Joe? Have a little, like, Windows 311 or Windows 95 app, and you double-click it, and it just basically gives you the modem sound that you... Yeah, Joe says, it me. Mac84 says, it Joe. You just double-click it, it gives you the modem sounds you're missing. And then maybe we could have it then go, find the AOL sound of, you've got mail. Make app happen. Go make go now. Accepted challenge it is. All right, I think I've got my work cut out. So, Joe, if I make the app happen, will you make the sound effect happen? And then we'll have to hopefully be able to get the You've Got Mail sound off an AOL CD or something. Yes, okay, Joe has agreed. Joe will make the sound happen if I can make the app happen. Oh, and Gutbomb says, I still use You've Got Mail as my email sound. Excellent, so at least we should have Joe make mouth noises for you. All right. All right. I think that's an app I could make, and I could probably even make it so you could run it on, like, Windows 3.1. Mac84 says, I'll give you an eep for when it fails. Good one. All right, so what am my volume label? Super 7. Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to capture input. It did finish. Formatting 10,78.56 M, and the total disk space 76,297.91. I don't know how it got those truncated numbers. Whatever. Okay, let me let's go ahead and put this sound card in. Oh, good. I think the hopefully I got a reply from the eBay seller. I got a message. I bought some crystal oscillators, and the eBay listing said it was a lot of 2, and there was only 1 in the package. I mean, yeah, I know I only need one, but I do usually like to have a spare in case I screw up on the first one, like really badly, or it doesn't work. Or in this case, it did say there was two. I want two. Hopefully, they're telling me they're going to send me the second one. Yes. Okay. Update to the story. That eBay seller is going to send me another one in the morning and apologized for the oversight. So awesome. They are going to make it right. Sometimes sending I did send them a simple polite note that said there was two and there was only one in the package. So little courtesy goes a long way. Also, the note they'd included in the package said, please reach out to us first. So I did. And so, yeah. All right. So I will have a second oscillator in case I mess up with the first one. So now I have 2/3 of the oscillators I need to fix the video card I got that had no oscillators on it. Hi, Dave. I'm not working with the motherboard I was testing on your stream. I'm working with the one I wanted to use all along. So, anyways. Oh, what boots? So, what do we have as a recap right now? I have a very weirdly stacked array of drives here. So, I've got a 52-speed CD-ROM that I think is vibrating enough to make the Gotek want to move backwards. Luckily, the Gotek is mostly plastic. Got 80-gigabyte hard drive that I did not accidentally throw on the floor. The Gotek's just there to be a Gotek. Epox EP-MVP3 G5 motherboard. Supposedly has 2 megs of cache. Sadback 356, I did it again. The Trident, wonderful Trident card with 8 megs of RAM, and this Advanced Logic ALS 120 sound card that Jeremy had me, he pointed me to the auction where they were selling it for $6. So, also, when typing on keyboards, it does help to type on the correct keyboard. All right, so that I don't have to make you all suffer through no. Never mind. No, we are going for full possibility of CD shattering. However, if Joe will give me the like letters to like skip some of the unnecessary checks, I'll be more than glad to take the hint again. But we are installing from the CD. We are going for maximum possibility of disk shattering. Also, it's a 52-speed CD-ROM, so it shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, it's probably a decent setup. The there we go. So it is set up /IE/IV/NR/IN and I think that basically tells it to like skip running. Yeah. So if you noticed, it didn't run ScanDisk. It didn't run any of the like minimum system requirements checks, or the system meets the minimum system requirements. So yeah, Joe says it skips a lot of junk. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm already yeah, Joe says those are just go switches. All right. So I'm going to do a custom install here. All right, now I got to give it a key number. So if you hold on one moment. I would really love to remember what the The one is with all the ones in it. Actually, Joe, for the OEM install, you have to, there's like, it's not all ones. There's like some part of the number that's not ones. Yeah, if I had the retail install, then yeah, 111111111 or something like that would work. But this is an OEM install, so all right. We'll let look for hardware devices, and I do have that, but it probably doesn't have drivers built in. But I'll let it look for it anyways. Yeah, Joe says I know I'm being silly. Yeah. Yeah, all ones works for a retail install of like Windows 95. It does not work for an OEM install. You've got there is a part of the number that's not ones in an OEM install. I don't remember what you have to do because there's like a there's I think a secondary check that happens on OEM, and like part of it's not ones, but it's like mostly ones. So I don't remember. I've saw the video. I saw where they showed what you have to do with OEM. I don't I don't remember what it was, so I just went to a WinWorld PC and grabbed a key that they've got shown on the page. All right, so yeah, I might actually put a network card in this at some point, but for now I'm not going to. All right. Oh, there we go. All right, select components. Let's see what else. Yeah, first group had a 2 at the end, depending on the revision. But yeah, it might be. Let's see here. I guess I could leave that on. Accessories. I don't need briefcase. I like character map. Desktop wallpaper's good. Game's good. Imaging. Mouse. Ooh, I'll install mouse pointers. Might need the online user's guide. We'll go ahead and install that. I got the space. Quick view. Why not? System monitor. System resource meter. Windows 95 tour. I got the disk space for it. All right. In fact, maybe I should just. No, I'll turn off. I don't need those two. All right. Communications. I do not want net meeting. Alright. Disk tools. I don't need backup. Alright. Don't need fax. All those. Alright. Let's see. Don't need Windows messaging. Alright. That looks good. All your network components will be installed. That's fine. Alright. Hey! It picked up the fact I have a Trident card in here. That's cool. Not the right one, but it did pick up a Trident card. I don't need a startup disk. Alright, let's copy files. Alright. Wow, this is actually going pretty good on a 52-speed CD-ROM. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Gut Bomb was asking about Dave's iMac. Dave had some iMac issues on Sunday. New power supply did not fix it. Issue lies in the motherboard. Garth's sending Dave a replacement iMac. Cool. Yeah, very, very nice of you, Garth. Gutbomb's asking what brand was the powered hub, and Dave says not a very good one. Yeah. Yeah, definitely get a Belkin or an Anchor or some name brand hub. Let's not repeat that again. Yeah, Dave was preparing for a stream. He plugs in a powered, I guess it was a powered hub into his iMac, and it like something popped and the iMac doesn't work. Oh. Setup has detected a disk in your floppy drive, even though I don't have a floppy drive. It's a GoTech. You silly Windows, you. Yeah, Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cooter. Oh, hey! Play the Weezer video from the CD. Best part of Windows 95. Yes, I will, but I can't play the audio because copyright. But yes, I did forget that is on the CD. Well, okay, I can play it without the sound. We can see how well it plays on this machine. Gutbomb says, these Windows 95 installer graphics really take me back. Yeah. DTMAce1 says, reminds me of when I bought the 95 upgrade when it came out for the Tandy. Yeah, this is reminding me of that Windows upgrade experience. Yeah, I remember when we had the HP Pavilion, like, Pentium 60 or 66. We bought it, like, so Windows 95 was not out yet, because I think it came out in September, and we were buying the computer in the summer. So, but all the computers that summer had a promotion of you buy the computer and you'll get the Windows 95 upgrade for free. I don't remember if they charged shipping or what, or it might have just been it was free. You just had to send like the card in to register it or whatnot. You must install a printer before you can print from Windows. This wizard will help you install your printer. I don't have a printer. I am totally offended, Windows. Where's the image writers? There's no image writers there. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel that. Yeah, I'll cancel the printer installers. I don't have any printers that are on that list. I had to look though when I saw Apple was in the list. Yeah, my Tandy has the 133 AMD overdrive chip on a 486 platform with 64 megs of RAM memory. It ran really well, yeah. Yeah, this little pile of processors I had that I didn't like show it completely on screen, but yeah, that's one of those 133 upgrades. Uh-oh. Oh, I was wondering if I would run into this problem, but yes, I am running into this problem. All right. I thought by installing version C that it might have had the patch. Okay. Let me see if I can find the patch. 95. Basically, the problem is that Windows 95 pre-OSR2. Interesting. That's why I thought that I was installing a version that didn't have the problem. All right. Yeah, the CPU too fast patch, exactly. All right. So let me do this real quick. So I've downloaded a patch. Oh good, there's a disk image in here. All right, so now I need to Oh. Yeah, I the thing is everywhere on the internet that I read that was saying it's pre-OSR2, which is why I'm installing Windows 95C, which was the last OEM version of Windows 95. And also, I thought it was new enough that it would be past this problem. But apparently, it's not. So that means I need to go put this patch. Oh, it's all processors over like 300 megahertz or something like that. Yeah, it must be all Windows versions. Anyways, everywhere I was reading online said it was pre-OSR2. You would need a patch. So I downloaded the revision C, which is post-OSR2, but apparently it needs the patch. So anyways, this computer hates the thumb drive. My computer in my office hates the thumb drive. That's the item I forgot to order from Amazon earlier in the week. All right, I'll be back. I gotta go all the way upstairs because only my MacBook likes this thumb drive, and I can't explain why. So in order to copy this disk image to this thumb drive to install this patch, I gotta go all the way upstairs. So hold tight. I'll be back. And I'll order thumb drives before I forget. Yeah, it's like 350 megahertz processor, so I mean, I could probably shove this multiplier jumper down to 3x and it would probably fix the problem, but let me just install the patch. I'm going to need this later in the month anyways. Let's make sure this patch actually works. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Be good in the chat. Good news. My Dell Precision 6510 laptop, which I am currently setting up to be able to edit videos on, likes the thumb drive. And it wasn't all the way upstairs. Alright. While we wait for this to boot and install, let me see if I can't find some decent thumb drives at a good price on Amazon. Let's see here. USB thumb drive. SanDisks are usually good. It's 128 gigabytes. USB 3. $11.99. Oh, there we go. This disk will install the necessary files for running Windows 95 RTM, Windows 95A, Windows 95B, or Windows 95C, and AMD systems with processor speeds greater than 350 megahertz, and in Intel systems with processor speeds greater than 2.1 gigahertz. Intended for use during a new installation, can be used on pre-existing. Alright, be sure you read the README file. Alright, I've never read the README file. You get two 64 gigabyte SanDisks for $16. That's not bad. Alright, that's fine. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So actually, SatMac 356, you were or Jesse or someone was correct. Apparently there is a 2.1 gigahertz problem. Oh, and apparently that's fixed by the dial-up networking update for Windows 95. That's interesting. Oh, okay. That's fine, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. I'm just going to ignore all this. Press E key to continue. Yeah, it's all red. I don't know why. It's a totally legitimate patch by someone, I'm sure. I mean, it looks like it's just installing the Windows. Okay. Press the key to restart your computer, then remove this disk. All right. Well, we'll see if Windows actually runs or if I just turn this into a virus-infested computer. Ooh, 32 gigabyte Cruiser Glide USB 2 flash drive. SanDisk $6.37. Wow, that's a really good price. Normal. I think their batch file changed the text color to red. Oh, there we go. Looky there. I'm in Windows. Windows needs more information to finish customizing your computer. I wish we could just say, no, I don't want Internet Exploiter 4. Ooh, I could get an Amazon Basics flash drive. No. Samsung. Oh, there we go. That looks legit. Sam Data. Sure. Get 2-pack of 128 gig silicon power ones for $12.99. DTM Ace 1 says, was a tech support rep back then. Back then, you didn't have guides to fix issues, you wrote them. Yeah, that's probably someone that had written a patch installer. Jesse says, if it's a virus, then the Grand Sierra Resort didn't catch one I tried. Yeah, Silicon Power is okay. It's not a bad price. Just I don't know if the Gotek can support a drive that large, but of course, maybe if I look, maybe they got a slightly smaller, a 2-pack of a slightly smaller drive size. Hmm. Or I could just buy the 2-pack and see if it works. DTM Ace 1 says I'd keep him under 32 gigs. Yeah, I think the one I'm using now is a 16 gig. Yeah, let me see what I can find 16 gig ish. Just because this is to use with Gotex. I think I've used 32s with Gotex and it's okay. But I think I'm also going to buy something different than I bought last because these little short ones are like hard to unplug from things. These are good for like, oh, go away, active desktop. These are good for being able to put in drives for things where you want to leave it in. Like in my Tandy, my TRS-80 Model 4P, I bought these short thumb drives because I can leave them in the Gotek and close the lid and they don't interfere. But for things where I'm like unplugging it and there we go. That's exactly where active desktop belonged. Turned off. All right, let's see here. All right, and oh, okay, we won't set a screensaver. All right, 16 color mode. At least we got the clouds. Oh, there we go. PNY attaché. Oh, okay. Thanks for the link. That's 10 of them. That lets me lose 10 of them before I'm looking for where they went in the basement. Excellent. Instead of just losing like 1 or 2 of them. I might go for that because that. Oh, Jesse says he's had horrible luck with modern PNY drives. Yeah. I mean, I might still try some of those just as drives that, like, for inevitably if I lose them, because I don't like. Okay, DTM Ace 1 says I've used PNY with mixed results. The thing is, these are for Gotex. I have all the images somewhere else, so it's not like I'm backing stuff up. Yeah, they're fine for simple stuff. Hey, Sloopy, welcome. Got Bum says I have one of those. Do not buy those. Okay. Well, let's. Oh, that's interesting. My ALS 120 is being detected as the wrong sound card. That's too funny. PCI Universal Serial Bus, no plug and play sound chip. I bet I need to install the VIA chipset drivers. All right, so I think what I need to do is plug this hard drive into the adapter into my computer and copy the driver installers over and go from there. Now, of course, the question is, what did I do with my drive adapter? Is it sitting here under the AMD heatsink like I thought it was? No, it's not. Of course not. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna buy a can of hot pink spray paint and spray paint things I keep looking for. Alright, let me set those there so I don't knock them over. I did not buy the IDE to USB adapter based on the fact that it came in a color that was readily identifiable amongst everything else on my bench. And why am I now getting the impression I took the adapter upstairs? I thought I was using it on Dave's stream. Alright, hold please, while I attempt to find the adapter that I don't remember taking upstairs, but seemingly am now thinking it might be upstairs. Probably because I carried it upstairs with something else, because I was probably thinking ahead that, oh yeah, I'll get to this, I might as well take it. And then, of course, I promptly forgot I took it upstairs. Sad Mac 356 says, I legitimately keep my flash drives on a lanyard, so they're harder to lose. Yeah. Seriously. I have seriously pondered buying duplicates of certain items that I use down here so that I can leave one upstairs and then chain the one that goes down here to my bench so that I can't move it upstairs easily. And yeah, my IDE USB adapter was one of the things I've seriously thought about getting a second one. But anyways. Alright. Yeah, I guess I did take it upstairs. Alright. Okay. Well, I guess I can also do the other thing, and that's burn a CD. Okay. Alright, let me at least see if I can get all the drivers I need. Alright, so Jeremy sent me a link earlier with the sound card drivers. Let me see if I can scroll back far enough. Yes, I can. Alright. I think I already have the Trident drivers downloaded. Because I was thinking ahead on that one. Here we go. Alright, so got the ALS 120 drivers. Let's see here. Graphics, Trident. Actually, let me just check if Vogons has a newer driver. Blade 3D. That's not the right Blade 3D. There's the 3D Image drivers. Oh wait, actually maybe that is the right drivers there. the Trident Blade 3D / Pro Media AGP 8500 Windows 9X driver. Okay, actually I think that is the right drivers. All right, so I got the... Oh, actually here we go. Excellent. All right, so there's two different drivers on Vogons for the Trident card. I've got the video drivers, and now let me see if I can find the via MVP3. Actually, let me grab those from the retro web, so I'm sure I got the right ones. Oh wait, let's see. The VIA. See, I need the VIA 4-in-1 chipset driver. Vogons has version 425. Here we go. The RetroWeb has 443. Excellent. All right. So I have all the drivers. I'm just going to burn them to a CD here real quick, so that I don't have to go upstairs. After all, I have a whole spindle of CDs. And I probably have more in the house somewhere if I just go manage to find the box I've got them in. All right. See. All right. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let me create the CD here real quick. Via. All right. So let's see here. Let's extract. I'll extract the via. Oh. All right. Can't extract it there. All right. Fine. I'll extract it there. All right. There we go. 4-in-1 driver. And oh, hold on. Let's see here. View, group by, date modified. There we go. All right, so there's one of the Trident drivers. I think this is the other Trident driver here, which I'm not sure is the right one. Let's see if there's a README file. No, there's not. All right. There's the other Trident driver. Let's see here. And let's see here. Extract the... And there's the sound drivers. Drive tools. Finish burning. All right. All right. I'm burning a disk. All right. All right. Good night, DTM Ace 1. Yeah, I don't think I'd use SanDisk SSDs in anything enterprise, but I don't mind SanDisk SD cards as long as you're actually getting a SanDisk. I don't mind SanDisk thumb drives. Usually, though, if I'm getting SD cards, I usually get Samsung. Because I've had good luck with Samsung. Gut Bomb says I only use Amazon Basic stuff in the data center. Funny, funny. All right. All right. I think first let me install the. Oh, yeah. Jesse says, disclaimer, it was my home lab, not anything production. All right. Okay. I probably want. Yep. Probably want that. I definitely am going to need that. Yep. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. And I guess I need to restart my computer if I'm going to use those. Yay! So hopefully that just installed the chipset drivers, including the AGP driver that I'll need to then be able to install the Trident drivers for that wonderful, wonderful, high quality, never lets you down. Who am I kidding? Trident video quality. Honestly, I think Trident's slogan is probably always going to let you down, always going to give you up. Yay! I've got a PCI ISA bridge. Yay! Yay! I have a piece of power management controller. Yay! Okay, this is going tiring really quick. Yay! I have a CPU to PCI bridge. Yay! I really hope you. Oh, good. I have a universal serial bus, or not. All right. Let me guess. Okay, fine. I'll have to figure that one out later. No, I do not want the channel bar to show. I don't like the channel bar. All right, device manager. Hmm. All right, let's try. Let me see if there was a README file I missed in here. That's the INF file. I don't think this is actually for the video card I have. So I think this is the one I want here. Oh, all right. Here, device manager, properties, driver, update driver. Let's see here. There we go. Windows, I just told you where it was. Why can't you remember? Oh, Jeremy says I can right click the INF file and select install. Joe says the README is at the top. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking in the top of the INF file to see if I could tell if it was for the video card, but it quickly looked like it was not. Because Vogons made it seem like it might be, but I don't think it was. So, there. Well, for a brief moment, I sure thought I had the right number of colors. There we go. Yay! I got true color. Yay! All right. Woohoo! I have all the colors. All right. What else do I need to install? Ah, the sound driver. All right. All right. Maybe I should have just unzipped it to temp, but whatever. All right. Here we go. Yay! Yeah, let's install stuff in the root drive instead of under program files. Yeah, that's what Microsoft intended. Yes, it's just Windows 95. Oh, cool. Oh, so it installed drivers and then promptly didn't. All right, so why didn't it install drivers? All right. Setup.exe is a Windows 3.1 utility. Oh, it's that's weird. It's cut off on. Okay, I do not know why it's cut off, but oh, it must be the I don't know weirdness. So run setup. Windows drivers are copied to Windows system directory. A4 config started to configure the board setting after the setup program's finished. Oh, okay. Okay, whatever. Okay. Fine, we'll restart. And then we'll see if it picks the card up. And if not, I guess I'll have to go do weird things. Just says WDM sound drivers are brutal. If you mess up the install process, you basically have to reinstall Windows to fix them or do a special trick I figured out. I think I vaguely remember the special trick you figured out on a that wiped out a Windows install on me once. Granted, I don't think the Windows install was very good, but I think it did wipe out the Windows install. I had to reinstall Windows again. But I guess if I was going to have to reinstall Windows, well. Driver, I guess let me update driver. Yes, I want you to try to find drivers. Other locations, browse. No drivers there. Uh, Temp. Are there drivers there? Are there drivers there that you like, Windows? Yes. Why can't it remember where I just told it like 10 seconds ago? I'm glad Windows got better because that was the infuriating part of Windows. Is like, yeah, I just browsed to the directory that you found the drivers in. Now you're asking me to browse to the directory that I just told you about 10 seconds ago. Oh. And Gutbomb's asking the important question, did I enable plug and play? Well, now that's a good question. Oh. I usually enable that though. Yeah, that's probably going to mess something up. No, I'd forgotten to enable plug and play. That's probably going to mess something up for sure. Windows is probably going to redetect every single thing in the system now. Audio out. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to reinstall Windows. What's another Windows to reinstall among friends? Or maybe. All right. If you all didn't hear sound, that's because I didn't know which jack was the sound out jack, and I had not plugged the speakers in yet. All right. The speakers are now plugged in. They will have power momentarily. And I will turn the speakers on. And I will hopefully not set them to a volume where I blow everyone, including myself's eardrums out. Oh, let me check the device manager first. Well, that was convenient. Oh, okay. It looks like it might actually have a resource now. Accept properties. Um, oh, there we go. Hello, Windows. I just told you less than 10 seconds ago. Oh, and now Windows is back already. Well, I definitely know to restart now. Yeah, Gut Bum says no. Yeah, Jesse says not out of the woods yet. Gut Bum says no volume control in the tray, so the sound doesn't work yet. yeah. Windows protection error, and yet it's still installed. ks.sys was the file you had to reinstall. There was an inf file you installed that would fix the subsystem, then reboot, then the sound driver would function. Yeah, the sound system is causing a resource conflict. Well, that looks right. Okay, I suspect I still don't have sound. Am I paying the price for installing Windows without having plug and play turned on? Alright, let me look for new hardware and see if it detects anything. Gutbomb's asking, you installed those Windows 3.1/DOS drivers. Is that screwing it up? Maybe. Joe says, none of what he's talking about applies to Windows 95, though. Well, I may have to reinstall Windows 95. There's a distinct possibility of that. It does seem as if me installing it without plug and play turned on might have been a bad choice. Or maybe it's also possible I was supposed to install the drivers and then install the sound card. Jeremy says, I remember this process taking forever on a Pentium 100. Well, we could relive that tonight. I do have a Pentium 100. Just kidding. I don't want to go through that at Pentium 100 speeds. 400 megahertz is slow enough detecting hardware, and I'm not convinced it's going to detect anything. It is also entirely possible this card doesn't work. Joe, if I reinstall Windows 95, I'm going to do a format C:/Q. Alright, so it has detected a Creative Labs Sound Blaster 16 or all 32. And we just had a fatal exception. And now Windows is back. And no, this motherboard does not have onboard sound. There's no onboard sound on this motherboard. Jesse says I'm betting Windows is the problem here, not the card. Jeremy says I've never had this much trouble with an ALS 120 card. Well, yeah, Jeremy, you're not the person that regrets things he buys on eBay. I have the minus touch. And I think the minus touch has struck again. Disable the creative card in device manager. Well, why should I have to do that? There's not even a Creative Lab sound card in here. All right, let me see if it... I might have to reinstall it with plug and play enabled because I forgot that I had a bad battery in here at one point, so it kept not remembering my settings and all. Alright, let me make sure I got all the other BIOS settings correct. Because I do not know where it's getting a sound card. Alright. I don't need that set. Chipset features. Okay. Power management. Okay, there's nothing there. Plug and play installed. Yes. Auto. I guess I could try resetting the configuration data just in case. Just in case there was a creative card in this computer at some point, but I don't know how it would be remembering that. Alright. Integrated peripherals. Okay, there is not a Phantom... There is not a Phantom sound card here. Alright. Save and exit setup. Alright. Gutbomb's asking, is there a chance I installed both sound cards on autopilot? No, because I do not have a spare Sound Blaster 16 or all 32 card. It's seeing a card I don't own. The only Sound Blaster card I have a Vibra 16 and my Emerson SX386. But that card is trying to neck so I can see it. Yeah, that card is clearly installed in the Emerson SX386. That's the only thing that I have that I think would detect as a Sound Blaster 16 or AW32 is a Vibra 16. All right, let me try one other thing. All right, so I'm gonna shut this computer down. I'm gonna pull the sound card. That's the noise your sound card makes when you unplug it and still have speakers plugged in. All right, so now that I've pulled the sound card, I'm going to power the computer back up. Oh, the Sound Blaster value card I showed you is right here. But I don't think it would detect as a Sound Blaster 16 or AW32 because it's a PCI card. It's going to detect as a, if anything, I would think it would detect as a 128. Yeah, that's all right. I don't know. This is just a potential hunch. Okay, so it is gone. Oh, that's right. Windows 95 doesn't let you view disconnected devices. All right. Well, yeah. There was something on autoexec.bat, but that's the fine. I'll delete that. But I don't. I do want a sound card that has DOS drivers, so that's not a really the solution I desire. Oh, interesting. Those drivers are not in this list. I was going to uninstall them. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, Jeremy says it would be in Sonic or Sound Blaster 128. Okay, so now I'm gonna put the card back in. All right, I will. Well, okay, maybe I'll put it in the other slot. That program is not in the autoexec.bat file, so it won't load, but that also will probably mean that the sound card's not set up for DOS. Got bomb. Those drivers said they were Windows 95 drivers. I don't know why where. Oh, good night, Joe. I'm confused where people are saying that it's a Windows 3.1 driver. The the where I don't it, well, I mean that's not to say that someone didn't zip Windows 3.1 drivers and call them Windows 95 drivers and I didn't see it because I'm trying to live stream. Oh, I see. I wasn't supposed to run setup.exe. Well, the thing is though, um it was showing, if you remember, it was showing that Sound Blaster 16 or AW32 before I even installed the advanced logic drivers. So somehow I think I've hosed this Windows install. Okay, I sure hope it's detecting hardware, but I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it was detecting a Sound Blaster 16 or AW32 card from the get-go. I think Windows is. I don't know. I mean, that's. Yeah, I think Windows hosts itself. All right. I think Windows hosts itself, and I'm just going to have to reinstall it because. Okay. Yeah, Windows is. Yeah, it's like solidly locked up. Okay, here's what I'm going to do because I gotta. I'm not going to. I'm going to pull the sound card for now. I will install Windows. I'm going to make sure. All right, so plug and play is on, and just to make sure, I'll reset the configuration database. Should not be necessary. All right, let's try Windows install again. At least it was quick the first time. All right, so what I will do is I will, well, I'll let Windows install without the sound card plugged in. Then I'll install the chipset drivers, and I'll install the video drivers, and I'll unzip the sound drivers, and then I'll plug the sound card in, and well, obviously with it powered down, and we'll try it again. And then that way I can browse directly to where the Windows 95 drivers are without running that setup program. I'll install Windows 95 drivers, and we'll see if it comes up with that mystery Sound Blaster 16 or all 32, because that is clearly an Advanced Logic ALS 120. And there's not like an OPL chip or anything on it that I think it would have seen to detect it wrong. I don't know. I'm confused. Yeah. But I think my Windows install self-destructed, and could me installing it without plug and play turned on have done it? Yeah, sure. I guess it could have. Oh, it also helps if I use the right keyboard. I have to install Windows again. It's getting called Karen. And by the way, Windows, if you don't think I'll do it, just ask the G3. Okay, well, at least I didn't create any disk problems by yeah, I don't have any of those installed at the moment. All right. All right. Oh, what fun it is to reinstall Windows 95. All right, if this goes sideways, I'm gonna reconsider Windows 95 on this system because I hope it knows that I'm not opposed to just going back down to Windows 3.1 on it, and because there are drivers for this Trident card for Windows 3.1. I found them. I know I wouldn't be able to play the Weezer video that's on the CD in Windows 3.1, and I wouldn't be able to play DirectX games on Windows 3.1. But I found Windows 3.1 drivers for this video card. So I hope it knows. I'm not opposed to trying it. I will. I bet this video card will play Commander Keen fairly decently. Well, actually, it could have the it could have the problem with the screen updates. All right. All right. Accessories. Let's see. Wallpaper, games. Okay, communications. Multimedia. I did want all these. Okay. Don't need Windows Message. All right. Next. Next. Don't need a startup disk. All right. I guess another chance to possibly shatter the disk. Yeah, Windows 3.1 will fly at 400 megahertz. Yeah, I know. I can hear the startup sound. Ta-da! Because I know there's Windows 3.1 drivers for that sound card, and I suspect they'll be less problematic. Anyone here know what the earliest DOS version will boot on a Pentium 200mmx is? I would presume DOS 1 might boot. I don't think I'd run anything earlier than like DOS 3.31. But yeah, I'm sure the Pentium 200mmx would run DOS 1. It has all the instructions. I mean, granted, you're going to be limited to 640K of RAM, but Jesse says it's 5. That would probably be the earliest one I would recommend would be DOS 5. Or if you really wanted to go back, DOS 3.31, because then at least you could have 512 megabyte partition size or somewhere thereabouts. Want to try to get it as far back as possible. Well, I think theoretically it is possible to go back to the first version of DOS. Theoretically. If this Windows 95 install keeps disappointing me, I will quite possibly help you with your research, assuming it doesn't get too late. Okay, so I believe, if I remember, I let it run the first time through, and then the way this update works is that I run it through the graphical part first, and then on that reboot, I can then run the patch. Because I didn't have problems this time. We're getting ready to run Windows 95 for the first time. Oh, never mind. I did. I just didn't. I didn't remember where I had problems. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I was supposed to put that in after the reboot. Okay. Okay, I've got the patch in. Okay, so yeah, I remember what the now I remember what the README said. Yes, that's what the README was trying to convey. You let it run through the first graphical part, which was that part that copies the files. Then you reboot and then put the floppy back in, because before you reboot it, it does a check to see if there's a floppy in the drive. So therefore, you have to let it reboot first. Okay, that's what it was trying to convey to me. I'm hoping that's not what was corrupting the Windows install by not installing this patch soon enough. I mean, it probably wasn't. I think Windows just basically stops because it I think there's a I think this patch is required because there's basically a race condition in one of the Windows in iOS.vxd. I think there's a race condition. Or probably some other subsystems too, looking at what it's copying, but I think there's a race condition in Windows, and it basically something runs too fast. And all right, okay, so hopefully now it'll run Windows the first time and actually work correctly. Otherwise, I guess I'll be reinstalling Windows again and doing the patch correctly. I mean, after all, the first time I didn't get the patch installed right away, and it turned out fine. All right. Oh, hopefully it works. I wonder if there's a way to kill this Windows 95 setup thing that installs Internet Explorer 4. Actually, I was thinking somewhere I did read there's a way to do it. Actually, I'd almost be tempted to let me Google that real quick. I think there's a way to like oh, here we go. OHARE.INF. Okay. Or actually, I think I might need to do this at this point. Oh, wrong keyboard. All right, so it is. Let's see here. This HP local machine software, Microsoft active setup. I think I just bypassed the forced install. Yeah, I think it's a HKey local machine software Microsoft active setup. If you delete that OSR install, then I think now that I reboot, it is I don't think it'll be able to run that because I found the answer because the person that wrote that apparently wanted to install Internet Explorer 4.01 Service Pack 2 instead. I just don't want Internet Explorer 4 at all because I'm not going to browse the web on this thing. So there we go. Now I don't have that active desktop garbage and okay, well, apparently something wants the CD-ROM. It didn't like outsmart me, did it? Oh. Oh, try the Microsoft Network appeared. Okay, apparently it was still copying things. Oh, by the way, if anyone knew I was looking for a CompuServe CD, Gut Bomb pointed me to an eBay auction, so I should have a CompuServe CD on the way. There we go. Nice, cleaned up desktop. There we go. Look at that. Look at that wonderful desktop there. Line up icons. All right. Beautiful. Oh. Let's see if I can, that Weezer video that I'm sure it'll play wonderful. I mean, I know I don't have the sound. Is this the Weezer video? We can all see what it looks like with this. Well, this video that. This isn't the Weezer video. This is some other video. Never mind. It plays wonderfully in 16 color mode, as you can see. There's the Microsoft logo. All right. Where is that? Oh, is that in extras? Okay. I don't remember where the. Or is it in fun stuff? Oh, it's in. That's right. It's in fun stuff. There. I think that's it. All right, there you go. Hopefully, we'll improve that here momentarily. That looks awful. Okay. Also, I'll possibly try hover if I get this done in time. All right. Otherwise, I'll have to wait. I know this is a DOS Simber stream, but I mean, hover's cool. After all, I'm setting this machine up so I can play DOS games under Windows 95. Because Windows 95 is running on DOS, as is evidenced by the full screen blue error thing that was telling me it couldn't read drive D. I suspect that was some of the DOSness of Windows 95 peeking through. Good times, bad times. All right, let me install the chipset drivers via WeConnect. Except when you make really great chipsets like the MVP3 chipset that, you know, I can't help to think that some of these problems are this wonderful chipset, but whatever. All right. All right. Hopefully with some chipset drivers, then I'll install the Trident drivers because, well, I'm tired of looking at 16 colors. And then we'll try my luck with the Advanced Logic card again. I'll install the Trident drivers, then that way we can at least play the video without sound, but in the proper color depth, then we can get the song stuck in all of our heads, even though we can't play it because of YouTube. We all know what it sounded like. We'll get it stuck in our heads anyways, and yeah. All right. And plus, I'll let this machine know that if it continues to misbehave, I will also try to run DOS 1 on it, but I may also threaten it with this wonderful gem of a video card here. That's the SIS one that this computer thought this Trident card was not enough goodness. Well, it doesn't know who it's messing with. Also, computer, the offer still stands. If you keep messing up, the hard drive volume name is getting changed to Karen. Just ask the hard drive that was in the G3. I named it Karen. Although, granted, I think I later figured out the Mac's problem was probably that there were bad sectors on that hard drive, but I still have it, but I don't know that Mac OS that vintage was really great at handling bad sectors. Also, the mousing surface I'm using isn't that great, if anyone's wondering why in the world. All right. All right, we have Trident drivers again, so I'll have more colors. Still have 8 viewers. Yay! 8 of you all remembering what it was like to run Windows 95, which runs on DOS. Alright, I do not know where the universal... Oh, you know, I bet I need to install the software that's on the Windows CD. Alright, at least I've got 256 colors now. True color. Okay, let me at least be nice to myself. I'll set 800 by 600. The settings for that restarting. We're good. Alright. There we go. Ah, that's better. Alright. Oh, alright. Let me grab the... Let me go ahead and unzip the ALS drivers. Alright. Come on. Give CD... Okay, this CD-ROM drive has the weirdest drawer. I don't know if it's, like, supposed to, like, open fast and then slow down, or if it probably needs relubricated, or maybe both. Although it takes the disc in normal speed, so it's kind of weird. Because I kind of would thought if there was something binding up, it would kind of, like, retract slower and then speed up. Alright, so let's go to fun stuff again. Videos, good time. Don't have a sound card, so we won't hear sound, but... Oh, there we go! Alright, that's, that looks better. Then, of course, there's the welcome video. Alright. But I really want to hear sounds. Although I was also wanting to see if there's, like, if I can find the, like, USB drivers. I may have to look for the via USB drivers. Alright. Let's get the sound card installed. That was the main reason I reinstalled Windows 95, was for the sound. Alright, plugging it in. Alright, it is plugged in. The card is in. Plug and play is turned on the motherboard, so hopefully it will just, like, do its thing. I can deal with USB later. I don't need USB for DOS. It'd be nice to install it, but... Okay, interestingly enough, I didn't see the sound card. It's not listed in the list of... Oh, those are PCI devices. Never mind. There we go. Unknown device. Motherboard resources. That's weird. PCI Universal Serial Bus. Okay, well, I don't have that. Plug and play sound chip. Next. Alright, other locations. The driver. Oh, wrong keyboard. Again, I keep... Alright. Okay. I'm glad Windows got to the point where it started remembering where drivers are when you, like, told it that 10 seconds ago. Alright. Insert Windows 95 disk 12. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure that's there. All right, now it wants the ALS drivers. I think it detected the sound card correctly. Okay, so I still have the USB driver problems. Whatever. All right. So all right, where's Windows Media? Um, hey, Jack68K. Yeah, you missed all the shenanigans I had to go through to get MIDI. Because apparently this sound card, does not detect correctly unless you like, um, turn plug and play on. Well, I should have known that. I'm presuming that was the problem. I had plug and play turned off by accident, and Windows like thought I had a silly sound blaster. I don't know. That was weird. Yeah, this is not my favorite rendition of Canyon. It's not the worst I've heard, but it's not the best. All right, let me do something here. All right, so I'm gonna shut down the computer real quick so that I can insert this into the second IDE channel and give it power. And then I am going to. There we go. All right. At least it's not the E1s edition, yeah. Oh, most of it is getting noise canceled out. What does that say about quality? Oh, hey, any bit fever dreams. Do I know you? Your username sounds quite familiar. Oh, that's cool. It still installed the DOS driver. All right. All right. Right. Hold on. Okay, let's try this. X copy. D. DOS bench. C. DOS bench. H. I. C. K. E. R. Y. I'm sure that that does not. Oh, actually, I think that is the. Come on. Stack Overflow wouldn't lie to me, would it? It's. Oh, wait. I missed something, didn't I? Okay. I'll, Alright, I just want to copy things. But I don't want to boot into Windows for reasons. But I may have to. Oh, here's the Microsoft article on Xcopy. And okay, so source required, destination. This doesn't make sense. It's /e and oh, thanks. I think you are right. That just E and Y are needed. There we go. Yeah, I think that one I was reading on Stack Overflow, I think it had a whole bunch of. Oh, actually, now I can't find the page. Maybe someone downvoted it already. Because, yeah, there shouldn't be. Oh, there it is. Because there shouldn't be any hidden files. There we go. I got it. All right. All right. I think, yeah, Jack, this was before Robocopy. I'll replay Canyon.mid again before the end. I'll turn off the filters so you all can hear it a little better. Jesse says Xcopy was simpler in the Windows 99X times. Okay. Yeah, maybe what I was reading was for Windows newer. Anyways, all right, let's see how this does. DOS bench, real quick. Woohoo! 253.8. I think that's the fastest DOS bench score yet. In fact, it's like so fast that, yeah. All right, Chris's 3D SVGA benchmark. I'm not even gonna. The slow computer ones are wrong for this computer. There we go. Have you ever seen the cubish blob move so fast? I thought that was you, 1-bit. Is that your second channel name or something? 49.5 frames per second. Okay, now this is something I did notice with these two Trident AGP cards. And I'm thinking it's just anomalies with how they work and how this program probably expects the graphics to be copied. Obviously, the RAM seems to be fine on the card because there was no corruption in Windows. 25.0 player bench. I don't think I've ever seen a score that high. All right. Might as well just run Doom in faster and... don't blink or you'll miss this Doom benchmark, because this will be a nice Doom playing system. There we go. 2134 game ticks and 711 real ticks. That's the highest score I've got yet. All right, Quake time. Okay, now this is kind of going to be a bit painful though. Although maybe not so much. Okay, maybe it's not as painful as I thought. So I think a real Pentium 2400 could beat the AMD K6-3. But yeah, 75.3 frames per second. That's actually not bad. All right. Okay, I think landmark system speed test will actually crash if I try running it, because it doesn't like really fast systems. I guess I could run cache check though, because I am curious if there's 2 megs of cache. Assuming it. Yes! There is 2 megabytes of cache on this board. Obviously, you can see memory accesses are like really fast. But still, yes, there's 2 megabytes of cache. Excellent. All right. Enough with DOS bench. I just wanted to... All right. Let's go back to Windows. And let's play that Canyon Mid so you can hear the sound card. I'll give you an idea of how the... It'll give you an idea of how DOS games will sound. So unfortunately, I'll have to copy some... Okay, I also will have to deal with that later. I mean, I got an 80 gigabyte hard drive in here, so I could probably install, like, pretty much all the DOS games that ever came out, maybe. Something like that. Alright, so here's Canyon Mid, and hopefully you'll hear it better because I turned the filters off, and I'll turn the microphone towards the speakers a little better. Still won't be perfect, but... Alright. Oh. Helps to use the correct mouse. Yeah, it's kind of it starts out not too bad, but there's a section of canyon.mid that it's missing something. But it's also not the worst rendition I've heard from a sound card, either in person or by means of a YouTube video, because I think there's a couple sound cards out there that are downright atrocious playing it. But okay, I think someone was like joking about one of these, but maybe I'll since it is December, I'll play the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy to kind of in the background. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. Oh, wait. Maybe I didn't need to turn it down because I think I can overtalk it. But anyways, okay, some things I've noticed about this sound card. The volume is kind of low coming out of the sound card, and maybe it needs recapped. But if I turn the volume up to where I would really want to set it on these speakers, and they're just a set of like beige Gateway 2000 speakers that are actually Altec Lansings, then I hear a lot of noise. So I've kind of got them turned down to where I don't hear that excess noise. So maybe the sound card needs recapped, but maybe it was just never loud in the first place. And yeah, some of the instruments are kind of... there's something missing. But it's not the worst. Yeah. Oh, hey, micro hobbyist. Yeah, nobody jokes here. It's all serious. Yeah. So, just don't recap it backwards like Bishop PCM did. Oh, what have I missed? What have I missed? I guess I got a video to check out. Or recap it backwards like I think it was yet another retro channel recapped an Atari and got one of the like high voltage caps in the power supply on backwards, and boy did it pop and boil liquid out. Thomas Armstrong says speakers have bad caps too. Maybe these speakers need recapped. I won't deny that as also a possibility. It is possible that both need recapped. Okay. Jesse says he put a cap in backwards and had a smoke test. The card itself was unharmed. Yeah. Fortunately, in most cases, it doesn't do any lasting harm to the card. Unless it's a tantalum that goes, then those can blow craters in the card. But alright, so I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't take 2 installs of Windows 95 to get it running, and that I might have had time to like go scramble and find an MS-DOS game that I wouldn't be afraid of getting a copyright strike if I played. So yeah, that means Star Trek 25th Anniversary CD Edition is out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know, there is one game I could try. It'd be one last reference for sound, plus we can see how graphics work in MS-DOS. So let me copy it here. Let me create a folder. We got Planet X3. I just realized that I have a Planet X3 disc in the GoTech. There we go. It's also an easy one to install. So I guess I will have to, like... I'm thinking, like, one of the... Are the speakers powered? Yeah, they're powered. So this week for streaming, I kind of thought I would do Pentium week. Because I kind of thought that would be cool. And then next week, I was kind of thinking of maybe going back to... I've got some 286s that I think I have what I need to look at them. And then maybe I might go back all the way to like the very earliest DOS days, kind of like the 8088s and the V20s. Yeah, no, I might be skipping the 486. So maybe next week it might be like 286 and I don't know. It's kind of, I don't think I got enough to do like a whole week of 486s because I did those too recently accidentally. So, but I got the two 286s that I thought I could look at next week because I got the talking one, and then I got the other one. So here's what I need. So there are many chances where I could check out some DOS games, and I got a stack of ISA sound cards. So I could probably find ISA sound cards for all these computers that would be appropriate. Does ProDOS count? You could look at the 2GS. Ooh. I was kind of thinking of maybe doing one stream where I looked at other DOSes. So I might see if I can make it count. Because I kind of thought it'd be neat to maybe look at like the predecessor to DOS, which would be CP/M. Like, where did we come from to get to MS-DOS? So maybe I could also say, hey, I'm also going to look at like some of the other DOSes, and because they're DOS too. I don't know what the rules are. I didn't make up the rules, but anyways, so if there's any like DOS games, especially if you know that like, hey, this game's good to play on a 286 because it's too fast otherwise, or like this game has really cool sound that would sound great on a Sound Blaster, let me know. And as I kind of look at some of these computers to get them running, if they're appropriate for that week or that system, I can go ahead and install them on the drive that I'll have in the system to have it queued up and ready to go. Alright, so Planet X3. Alright. Add lib. Okay, actually, unfortunately my furnace is running, so that's not going to help with the sound. So I'll just turn the sound up. Ah, yes! Duke Nukem. Sorry. It's probably because the microphone was behind me. Yeah. I don't remember how to play this game. And I think I just put my smelter in the wrong place, but whatever. Anyways, it's kind of getting late, and oh, there we go. All right. I'll have to read the rules, or the instructions. So here we go. I have the an AMD K6-3 400, and I'm playing a game that would run on an x86. Yeah. All right. Good night, micro hobbyist. Yeah. Hey, at least it works and works well. So, all right. So what have I managed to do? All right, let me all right, anyways, so, yeah, when micro hobbyist says, I always say, when all else fails, read the manual. Yep. All right, so what have I accomplished this evening? I have accomplished not one, but two Windows 95 installs on the same computer, because the first one went completely sideways. Probably because I forgot to enable plug and play during the install, and it got the idea that this sound card was something that it's not. So I've got the Trident card installed and running, and the sound card installed and running. The sound card works in DOS. The Trident card seems to be okay in DOS. The CD-ROM drive did not shatter any CDs, so I think I'll call that a win. But yeah, I have... Oh, and Sloopy says, I have accomplished entertaining a lot of people. Oh, hopefully so. So anyways, yeah, this was a December stream to build this computer. And I suspected... Yeah, this is the ALS 120 card. Yeah, the first install, Windows 95, I got stuck. I think Windows 95 really got thinking that it was a Sound Blaster card, because I didn't have any other sound cards in the system. But yeah, the ALS 120 card's the one I've been using, so... Oh, yeah, it's kind of... Just to kind of prove the... So, there's the ALS 120 card. You can see the cable I had to get for the joystick controller. But yeah, so ended up with the Trident Blade 3D 9880, the ALS 120 sound card. I got 256 megs of RAM, AMD K6-3 400 processor, 2 megabytes of cache, 80 gigabyte hard drive, and a 52-speed CD-ROM drive. So pretty nice system. Got Windows 95 installed, which runs on DOS, and I can play DOS games on it. So now I've got a system. Oh, but in case you missed it though, if you want to run Windows 95 on an AMD system faster than 350 megahertz, you have to install the patch. Otherwise, you'll get a protection error on every boot. So I have the patch installed. So anyways, now I've got a Windows 95 system that can also play DOS games on this fast computer. So, yeah, good night, Thomas. Yeah, I think this will be a fun system. Well, it's basically DOS 7.0. In fact, actually... Oh, I typed in the ver command, but Windows did not give me the answer I wanted, so... That's not the answer I wanted, Windows. I wanted what DOS version you're reporting as. So... Well, this is actually, I thought this was OSR 2.5 or whatever. It was version C is what it claimed to be, but it does not have the patch that it was supposed to. Because I thought, yeah, it doesn't have the patch. I don't know why. Maybe something's up with the installer I used. I don't know. I thought OSR 2.5 had the patch. It does not. apparently, or at least not the version that I installed. So anyways, I got to sort the USB driver on the system for Windows 95, but that's not important for DOS. What is important for DOS is I got a sound card, a video card, and a chipset on the motherboard, and they're all questionable choices. So, yeah, 52-speed CD-ROM drives back in the day, questionable choice. In fact, actually, if I didn't have to install Windows twice, I would have actually pulled the case onto the bench to add to the questionable choices thread on this build. You would have seen me put on cut-resistant gloves, because the case I have for this build, questionable choice. It's not rusty, but it's one of those old cases that you look at it wrong and it'll cut you. So, the WinWorld PC download I used to get this totally legitimate backup CD of Windows 95, OSR 2.5, says that it has USB support in it. But I think I gotta install the via USB drivers, which would explain probably why I'm having trouble. But yeah. Worst comes to worst, I'll install Windows 98, and it still has DOS in it, but I thought I'd go 95 for this system, and I don't know if that necessarily was a good idea or bad idea, so you can leave a comment in the comments whether you think this system was a good idea or a bad idea for DOS gaming of some of those more difficult games, like Quake and Doom and Chex Quest, and yeah, you probably totally didn't see through that last one. Or whatever game 1-Bit Fever Dreams is playing that prints stuff onto an MT32. But whatever, that's cool. I have external sound devices too, but they're not Roland MT32s. They're Yamaha something or others. I can't read the model number on the front. But anyways, yeah. I guess Loopy Malibu says, wet cardboard is my preferred case of choice. Well, wet cardboard would be less likely to cut you if you handle it wrong, so. But yeah, anyways, I got a case. It's got sharp edges. It should fit this motherboard nicely. The beige CD-ROM would be a nice complement. Let me make sure I didn't leave a CD-ROM in this case, CD-ROM drive, because I would hate for it to damage my wonderful choice of CD-ROM drives by leaving a disc in it. Also, I'd probably be looking for the disc for days and not realize which drive I left it in. But yeah, there you go. The questionable choices build. Because the VIA MVP3 chipset was actually not that great. Although it does seem to be working decently, but I'm sure I'll find its quirks and features at some point. Just like I still have yet to figure out where the USB drivers are, but that's for another night. Anyways, yeah. So, for MS-DOS gaming, you can use Windows 95. So, there's that. You can play MS-DOS games on Trident AGP cards. There's that. Will I leave a Trident AGP card in it forever? I don't know. Well, DTM Ace 1, I'm about to wrap the stream up because it's like 12:15 here. But I got Windows 95 installed. I had to reinstall it. I don't know if you were here when I started to reinstall it. But yeah, I got the sound card working. Basically, I waited to install the sound card until after I had Windows 95 installed. It could have been the plug and play where I had plug and play disabled the first install that messed it up. But it's also possible that the installer decided it was a sound card. It wasn't. And plug and play may have had nothing to do with it. I didn't want to chance it. But yeah, the only thing I haven't installed are the USB drivers, but I don't need that for DOS gaming, so. Anyways, yeah. But I got it running, and I just ran out of time to put it in a case tonight, so. Next time you see it, it'll probably be in the case that I picked out for it, just because I need to put it in a case to keep the parts together. But yeah, And I guess at least the score one for a Trident card that actually worked, because I'd kind of had quite the streak of non-working Trident cards, and this Trident card works great. Okay, well, it hasn't spontaneously failed yet. All right, we're doing good. So anyways, yeah, I think that wraps up the stream. Didn't get quite as far as I'd hoped because I had to install Windows twice, but hey, sometimes it happens. You forget to turn on plug and play in the BIOS. Next time I'll probably remember to double check that before installing Windows 95. But yeah, cool system. And so Thursday, I think I might actually... I think I'm leaning towards actually looking at the IBM personal computer model 350 that Jeremy gave me. So Gutbomb says I should put question mark stickers on the case. I don't know. Maybe I should put the sus sticker on the case, but that I've earmarked for my cheap PC challenge build. So, all right. Yep. Good night. But anyways, yeah. So the cheap PC challenge build. Okay, I don't have any of the parts laying around here. So, I did post a channel supporter update that I probably hinted at on Dave's stream, but I haven't made the post public just yet. But look for that video soon, because I will be making that video. And let's see here. Yes, I have a heatsink for the computer. That is heat pipe, so it's a much better cooler than this cooler. So, yeah, this was the cooler that the eBay seller threw in for testing, but I now know this was the cooler for an AMD X2. So now that I know what it's a cooler for, I can set it aside for that. Also, the cooler I had from the HP, it was probably closer to what I need, but I actually ordered a decent heatsink with a surprise that will be shown at the appropriate time. And I have ordered a case for it. And, yes, there's one other thing I've ordered for it that I'll leave a surprise for the video or for my channel supporters. So anyways, if you want to get the coffee, you can actually see the post before I make it public. But anyways, yeah, that would fit all the way up to an AM4, yes, but probably not a Phenom 2, which really needs a 125 watt TDP cooler. But anyways, yeah, that'll be cool. Keep an eye out for that video. I will have to rerun some benchmarks as a hint to something I might have done. But, yes, keep an eye out for that video. It will be great. And that'll be my Cheap PC Challenge 2023 entry. So anyways, I think that's about it for tonight. So stay tuned for Thursday's live stream. It will start at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And I'll probably be looking at the IBM PC. So I've got the live stream scheduled. I gotta whip up a new thumbnail. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll probably change it to my TBD thumbnail and change the description, but I'm thinking I'm going to hold off on continuing my rebuild until maybe the last week of December, but we'll see. Anyways, I think that's it for tonight. I'd like to thank everyone for joining me on the adventure to get a Windows 95 system built with an AMD K6-3 400 megahertz. I now know the tricks and that I'll need for next time. But I've got the system built, I've got the Windows installed, and I'll be looking forward to some DOS gaming on it. So anyways, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your day. I hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.